Alright everyone, hello, greetings and welcome in. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in, Sorry. I have my setup a little bit topsy-turvy today because we are once again we're in hand cam mode today. Woohoo! We're in hand cam mode today for the unboxing, and I have some contact behind me. Yeah. Alright, welcome in. Good to see you. Yes, we are here for new tablet day. So, Josie, hey! I will be using the tablet on. Will you be using the tablet on stream today? That is the plan. The idea is that we are going to do the unboxing and then install it and then do our inaugural illustration. That is going to be our rough game plan. So the camera that I'm currently using for face tracking is over there. Later on I'm going to move it back that side for use on the computer itself. And yes, it's going to be a little bit wild. Considering that the computer is over there as well, it also is a little bit of a weird day for this early part because I have to look behind me to read chat, and also my microphone is slightly further away from me than usual. Toaster, hello. I assume the old tablet will be put to rest via Viking funeral. No, it will be put back in its box, which I think is still in... I think it's probably in the garage somewhere. I'll find its box in the course of the next 24 hours. This day has been mad. But it will go in the box and be kept aside for emergency purposes, in case something goes horrendously wrong, which I sincerely hope it won't. But having a mostly functional backup is not a bad idea. So, no funerals while it's still... that is a much better idea. I am glad you agree with me on that front. So yes, it is going to be an interesting one. But what I can do is I can show you, because I had a little voice speak to me earlier in the day to say, install the new tablet's drivers before we do the unboxing. And I'm so glad I did, because now I don't need to worry about needing to switch off the computer and switch it on again in the middle of the live stream. Which otherwise would have been a pain. It would have been a pain. So yes, that is the plan, is that with all of the software stuff already sorted in the back end, we can just go ahead with the actual installation once we've done the unboxing, and we will have hopefully a mostly seamless experience. We'll see what we end up having with, because it could be a little bit chaotic at one point while we figure out the desk scenario and where to put the camera thereafter and all of that madness, but we will figure it out. Because that camera that we're using for my facial tracking at the moment is going to need to live relatively close to the top of that new tablet screen. So we will figure out exactly how we're going to get everything to work. It'll be fine, right? I think so, probably. Hopefully. It'll be fine. But I think what I can do in the meantime, I can show you the old soldier who we have been working with up until now. This is it. This is my old friend who has been serving us well. You can see with all of the scratches what I have been fighting with in terms of the display, trying to find parts that I can see through. Yeah, it's a lot of scratchiness. I could not see anything, just about. It was a lot of scratchiness. I tried moving all of my user interface stuff onto this side at some point. That did not help in the long term because I was still working in a bunch of this fuzzy area. But this fellow has been serving me well for what feels like must be 4 or 5 years now, I think. It put in a good innings as far as hardware goes, especially considering that I did not have a screen protector for it. And I was using nibs that at one point got simply too worn out, and then they got sharp, and then they caused more scratches. But you can see I drew a lot on this guy. He served me well, and I wish him a peaceful retirement. The spot where the scratches are, you can tell where you were from us. Yep. Careful with the magic mirror reflection. Yeah. It's shiny. It's shiny, but yeah. In any case, that is the old soldier who is now being retired. And the madness that was the ergonomic situation. Save. Yeah. I shall save as soon as we open up things again. But if you guys have been around for a while, you might know about this. But that tablet obviously does not have the hardware at the back of it for mounting on things. So it had minor ergonomic issues when it came to how can I phrase this? Making sure it was at an angle where I could actually work without shrimping. And for the last I don't know how long, my solution to that has been that. A book stand on top of a book, and the old soldier's partner, the rock, for the extra bit of angle. So this rock behind my tablet screen for at least 2 years. It is exactly what it says on the box. It has been a rock star. It has been a champion rock. I have my monitor on a tissue box. We love using what we can. Yeah. This has been a interesting thing to balance against for all of that time. But this too can now firstly get a nice thorough cleaning because oh my word, it needs it. And also then retire comfortably into use for something else, probably. We shall see how and when it will serve its next purpose. The rock, yes. The old and legendary monitor rock. This thing has been a bit of a champion. You would actually be quite surprised how just a little bit of extra height to pull up that angle does so much for the ergonomics, because otherwise, if something is just at too low of an angle, it becomes really, really difficult to see what you're doing. So, like, if we actually pull this thing over here, because we conveniently have something that measures angles here. We salute you, Monitor Rock. Yes, we salute the Monitor Rock. But like this, that was what? At its highest setting, about 45 degrees. This gave us about that much angle. which made it a little bit more upright and a little bit easier to see. It was about that angle with the rock. Still not ideal, but it was a lot better. So, the monitor rock served with valor, and now the monitor rock too can retire comfortably to its original duty as desk ornamentation / paperweight. We salute you, monitor rock, indeed. But now it is time to introduce the star of the show. But I'm going to introduce the star of the show in bits and pieces. Because the first part of the entire upgrade, well, there are many parts to this, is that firstly, the monitor rock had to be retired, so the first thing we got is a new monitor arm that is going to be an absolute lifesaver. It is hopefully going to be a little bit easier to control my viewing angle now with this thing. So this was an absolute must. And with this, I will also be able to retire the keyboard basket that has been making sitting at my desk a nightmare for my thighs. They have been so bruised over the last couple of months. So hopefully with this I will also be able to retire the keyboard basket. But that is a hydrate, so everyone. Acquire your nearest safe consumption beverages and let's take a quick sip. I'll be lurking, but I'm watching with excitement for you. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So, yeah, let's just go for it. So, this, I'm going to need to be careful because otherwise I'm going to throw everything aside. We've got manual, which is useful, all of our installation hardware, and then the actual piece of kit itself. Let's finish that. Now this is a bit more of the mundane side of things, but no less important. Oh wow, that feels solid. Oh, that feels solid. Oh, that is nice. I feel like I'm not going to break that in 5 seconds flat. That inspires confidence. Yay. Okay, this is important. This is for actually installing into the back of the tablet itself. Because it can. And that is going to be really, really an important piece there. And then we have the tower that actually connects on the desk. And let's see, which direction does that thread go? By loosening it that way. Should work nicely. Good solid G-clamp over here. Also, really nice heavy duty feel to this. It does not feel like cheap materials. And it looks like we've got a channel for some cable management stuff as well. Yeah. Or is that for... it looks like it might be a cable management channel. Quite possibly. So that's nice. That's nice. Just gonna give this a quick cursory glance. Okay. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Yep, pretty straightforward. When we get to the actual install side of things, this is not going to be a particular, I don't think. Yay! But I'm really happy. This is not a lightweight piece of kit. This is gonna serve pretty well. And we've got pivots, but they don't move with too much slack, which is also nice. And with the Allen key friction controls, if things get a little bit loose later on, it's going to be easy to sort things out accordingly. Okay. Happiness there. Happiness there. That on this side. We'll get that. And all of this madness. And then the actual star of the show. Now, you'll have to forgive me. I knew that it was going to be big. I didn't realize it was going to be that big. The box does not fit in the framing of the camera. There is not enough space to frame the entire box in here. I knew it was going to be big. I didn't realize it was going to be this big. But this is the new tablet. It is the Huion Canvas Pro 24, the 4K version. So it's a bit bigger than the XP10. Just a small box. Good thing you have gloves that go past your elbows. Yes. Very good thing I've got gloves to go just past my elbows, huh? Oh, that's because tracking is weird. Sorry, guys. The quality control department was just asking why my tracking was being weird. I am actually mostly out of shot at the moment. So yes. But big fellow, little bit like the Leviathan in the illustration over here. So I might need to do a little bit of creative camera framing to make this work thoroughly. So let me just see. I'm gonna do something a little bit weird. I'm gonna angle this down a bit. There you can see a bit of carpet. Polystyrene. Okay, so that is going to be the actual tablet, and this is going to be the bits and bobs. Let's start with the bits and bobs. Let's start with the bits and bobs because the bits and bobs box is as big as the entire other tablet. And oh, hello, what? This is unexpected. This is unexpected. Did I not read the product description? Okay, so this I did not expect to be included in the box. This is a shortcut keyboard. This is a shortcut keyboard. This is going to make life so much easier. Interesting, interesting. Okay, I'll take it. I will take it. And then this looks like this is gonna be Eek. A fresh art glove. Nice. Looks like it might be a little bit short in the finger, but it's okay. And our quick start manual with all of the bits and pieces nicely labeled for us. Everything we need to know. Okay. Nice. It's got a button box. We got a button box. We got a button box. Yay! And what's this thing? This looks like a little cloth to wipe our screen with. So that's gonna be useful as well. This is gonna be our power supply. Okay. Very important piece of kit, that. Without that, nothing is gonna work. Our new pen holder. Now this is going to need to open up to see our nibs and things, but I cannot open it while wearing these gloves because not enough friction in the fingers, so I will open that up off screen. And then we've got our pen. Now let's see. How does this box open? How does this box open? Doesn't feel like it's that way. Okay. Yeah. Probably not how it's designed to open, but it's fine. We got it through anyway. And there's our new stylus. There's our new stylus. Okay. Look at that. I love the silver trim. Good weight distribution as well. Grip feels comfy. Button height is good. I can immediately feel that I'm going to actually know where the buttons are while I'm holding this thing to be able to find those. That feels good. And then we have our cables. So this is going to be going into our power supply on one side, and then this looks like a whole bunch of our data cables, which I will read about in more detail when I look at our user manual proper. And then, let me get these guys out the way over here. Move some button boxes about just a wee bit, just in case I need some extra space. And then the actual star of the show, Here we go. That's our friend. This is our new friend. Oh, that was heavy. That was heavy. But here we go. Nicely protected in the plastic. And let us... Oh, wait. Is this a Ziploc? Is this a Ziploc bag? Hello? Is this a Ziploc bag? Yes, it is. Now there's a surprise. Hello there. Ooh. Okay. Now this friend has a gift. Wow. This is why we needed a heavy-duty stand. Look at that. Sure. That is a gorgeous piece of kit. Oh man, so much real estate. Oh, I cannot wait to plug this in. I cannot wait to plug this in and have a proper look. It's amazing. It is. It's huge. It's huge. Wow. Big wow. Let me just angle that back. Sure. Wow, okay. This is going to be a bit of a change from that. That's going to be a little bit of a change. And this was a huge upgrade from a non-display tablet that was only about that big when I upgraded to this thing way back then. This is significant. We're looking up at the tablet after plugging it in under the desk. Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting thing getting the new desk ergonomics to work. It's gonna be fun though. It's gonna be fun though. So now what I'm going to very quickly do is just reroute myself over here. Hi. With this thing so that it's back where it originally resides. All the way. The extrapolation of the next step is going to be hard to do it. If that is the case, then that means I need. If that is the case, then I'm going to need a bigger room. So if the case, I'm going to need a bigger room. I think this is definitely the maximum size imagine that it is actually this is bigger than most computer monitors, not counting the literal television that I have got functionally acting as my partner monitor at the moment. And that was so, yeah, I think for our purposes, this is the biggest science monitor I'll ever go for. But we shall see how things work out in the end. Now, as far as how my actual music setup is going to go, this is going to be a little bit of an interesting thing to figure out. So, I think one of the things I'm going to do is probably set up my phone. Setting up the monitor is the next big thing to do. So, I am going to temporarily put this back in the box just for safety to make sure that I can't do anything stupid to it by accident. Okay. Nice and safe. While we do our art thing. Okay, probably move my microphone back this way around. There we go. That swivel, sorry about the mechanical noise there. Okay. And there I just broke my plastic clasp that I use for keeping my microphone in place. So I'm gonna need to manufacture a new one of those. Because that did not survive. Noted. Pull that out before it falls. That would be a very painful and expensive mess to deal with. So, let me temporarily I'll temporarily secure it like that. That should be safe. That should be safe. Yes, it's safe. Okay. So microphone is now safe. Not ideal, but at least it's safe. Power. Although I think I'm going to put it away from that. I'm going to put it on the side a bit, right in the middle, because then it's going to okay. Power is secured to the desk. The next thing on our this is a collection of our books. For our covering for our hyperplasmic. So this is going to go in there. Then, over the top of our covering, we're going to slide this into position, and then cut it. Okay. That was nice and straightforward. Okay. I love a straightforward assembly. Yay! It always makes things easier. It seems like our friction adjustment is actually okay. It's got enough stability. With enough flexibility, I think. Alright. Then okay, not an issue there. Not an issue there. So this is then going to be a back of arm. So this gets screwed onto that cover, and then that slide snugly This is now clear. This is clever tubing right here, guys. Allen key with a Phillips screwdriver on the back here. That is clever. That is clever. Right there. Look at that. 11 out of 10 if you ever designed much. Okay. So, what we then can do is we can open our protective trick over here that was another hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage. Oh, sorry. And let's take a sip. Okay. Okay, so, we don't know which is which job. Required soap spray. Uploading this, but they don't get lost. Right. Now, we pull the big fella out now. Polystyrene is more work than my glove. Here we go. Now we have the case off. The side up. Practice and working them together. Always with a opposite side. And not tighten up everything straight up. Because that makes things weird. Okay. Let me do this because I just got a bit of feedback from more feedback from quality control. With how your mic is right now, it's coming in incredibly mumbled. Yeah, I am very sorry about that. You know what, let me just mute background music entirely for a bit. It was a matter of distance there. Sorry. Yeah. The ergonomics of this is very, very, very strange. I apologize. Let me try this again. And hopefully. Okay. Hopefully that should be a little bit better for now. All good. I just didn't know if there was anything to be done about it. Okay. Yeah, it's just a bit of continuous manual adjustment. But if you don't tell me about it, I don't know, so I appreciate it. Here we go. So as I was saying, that probably got muffled into oblivion. Good practice when screwing things together is always to work in opposite pairs and not to tighten everything off straight off the bat, because that way things get warped, and we do not want to warp things. Nozomi, hello, new tablet. Yes, it finally arrived. It finally arrived. Let me just adjust that height down again. We are currently doing the installation, and it's exciting times. We will soon be doing the inaugural illustration with this, and I'm very excited. This is my first time using a Huion tablet as well, so this is going to be an interesting one. I pre-installed the drivers off of the website, so we should be able to pretty much plug and play as soon as I've figured out where to plug in what cable. And it's very, very, very exciting. So we're just going around, hold finger tight, and then giving it just enough so that we don't over tighten. Here we go. Very, very, very clever tool. Very clever. Yes, let's go. Is it a Huion? Yes, it is. It's my first Huion. It's my first Huion tablet. This is the Canvas Pro 24. This is the Canvas Pro 24. We got it on special, which was an unexpected plus. And now any remaining funds that we raise for the last bit of the Donathon are going to go into an iPhone, which will help me finish my commission for Teo. And then also give us a bit more dynamic in tracking later. Welcome to Queen Team Huion. Yes, thank you. I'm looking forward to it. I am looking forward to it. Wow. Let's see if I have my gear at the correct height now. Beams that way. That's snapped in. And what I thought was enough friction is not enough friction. Are you hooking it up to a gas mount too? I did with mine because I don't like starching. It's not a gas mount, but we got an arm. We got a depth arm for this. And I'm just being very, very careful to not have anything fall on me right this very moment. while I tighten up our friction control over there. Okay. But yes, we do have something in place so that we do not slouch. Now the trick is going to be to getting the height balance to work, and rearranging my desk so that I can actually see stuff. Because unless I turn this into a standing desk scenario, presently this tablet is a little bit high to see over the top. Just a little bit high to see over the top. So I'm going to need to be creative in terms of how I rearrange this place. I'm going to need to be very creative. First things first, it doesn't need to be that far. Yeah, it's a manual adjustment, sort of a stand, not a pneumatic one or anything. What I do want to do is I'm just snap a little bit so I've got some slot. Too much. That up a bit again. So up. That seems decent. Okay. Now our next ring that can come down a bit because it is actually too high. Now, is that because of the weight? Probably. Well, let me just get this. Because the weight is probably locking it in place. Try this again. Down a bit. Go. And yeah, control. If we can find the one, there we go. Okay. That's a bit more reasonable. Okay. Happiness there. Happiness there. Now I can finally actually use the depth of my desk. I can finally actually use the depth of my desk. I've not been able to. Oh man. I can finally actually put my keyboard on my desk. That's going to be great. That's going to be great. Which means I can retire that thing, which my keyboard has been living on. It was a kitchen basket that I hacked into pieces and then cable tied into something shallower with a little bit of an offset so that the keyboard would sit far further forward and actually be accessible. great temporary solution, but very much temporary. Oh me! The keyboard can finally move to its proper place on a desk. Lol! Yay! Oh, that's a big deal. That's an improvement. That's an improvement right there. Okay, so small and plastic and probably important. It was small and plastic, but definitely not important. Okay. Alright, so the next thing I need to look at is gonna be the cables for this piece of hardware. Pretty creative workaround. Glad you can use your disk space now though. Yeah, it's gonna be a big change in terms of the quality of life. No two ways about it. It's gonna be a huge change in terms of quality of life. I just want to see when I'm sitting, how much height am I losing in terms of that monitor? Okay, I'm losing quite a significant amount of height off of the bottom of that screen. I'm losing like almost the entire bottom half in terms of line of sight on that. Unless I do something like this, maybe? Let's see how that behaves. It sort of works, but it's gonna want... Line of sight is gonna definitely be an interesting thing to figure out here. Okay, let me just get the old tablet's cables off of the desk and put those next to the stand so that when I retire those in position, it is not going to be in the way. Okay. Those together for now. And where is the little clever thing? Over here. Like that. Okay. So, we have some advantages that are going to come into play. It looks like I'm going to get a little bit of help raising the monitor that I'm losing the bottom half of. So we're not going to need to worry about that too much. So we can actually focus entirely on our cable setup for the actual tablet. So let me just grab the correct manual so we can actually see what we need to look at. We've already installed the driver. So now let us see if we can identify which cables are what. Let's see if we can identify which cables are what. I'm just going to put one pair of my files over a couple of these, just so that I can actually work these things without the hook and loop straps on that ripping apart my glove, because that would be less than convenient. Okay, and let me bring microphone back over here and hope that that does not fall until I can manufacture a new plate. Okay, so this is our power supply, and that is going to go and connect with this thing. Like that. Okay. And then this, oh, this is okay, wait, what kind of cable is this now? Okay, so this is a UK plug, and I have a travel adapter for a South African plug, because otherwise none of the hardware is ever going to actually work. So swap out these two cables, because I think this is going to be a more direct plug, because I do not see anything that converts that to that. Okay, so then that plugs in like so. That gets unwound. And that plugs into the adapter to make it work in my country. Ah, there we go. And now we can have this plugged in. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Assistance snuck in. Greatly appreciated for that. And oh, how creative assistance is being in terms of raising the other monitor. Fun times. Okay. So now we find the power point for this. Here. That thing is there. Okay. So that is power in, check. Then the next thing is going to be the USB to USB cable. Now I've got a 2-meter version like this, because when you have interesting distances between your monitor and what you are plugging into, having the longer cable is worth everything. And this is a nice strap. Hold up. This is a nice cable strap. This is a really nice cable tie. I'm gonna salvage this. This is a really nice cable tie. Okay. So then this is gonna go let's just think real quick. This is the USB-C to USB, which is for when you're plugging into a laptop. and this is the HDMI. But that is a really, really, really short cable. So I'm probably probably. Yeah, let me see. It's not a USB-C to USB adapter. This is this cable. How long is this cable? Hopefully it's long enough. Hopefully it's long enough. And then I'll be able to take off the nitriles. Hopefully it's long enough. Otherwise, one will just need to get a USB extension. And if I'm lucky, there's not going to be a shortage of USB. Whoop whoop! New tablet finally! Yes, Ren! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. Just plugging up. A little bit sad while we do. No, see nothing. Okay. Let me just get the nitriles off because I don't need those anymore. And they don't look like they. Ooh. I heard my computer make a noise. I heard my computer make a sound. Make sure this one has a screen protector from the start so we don't have the same fate as the previous. There is an HDMI. Yeah, this one is actually too big for current screen protectors on the market. I looked for one specifically, but I couldn't find a screen protector for this size of screen. Oh. Okay. If my display is currently going very, very crazy at the moment, it is because we are. Okay, I think we're back, guys. We are back, I think. Madness! We accidentally bumped the power cable to the computer while plugging in the HDMI. And yeah, it killed the stream. It killed the stream. But we're back. We managed to connect it again. So if anyone stuck around, thanks for sticking around still. I appreciate. It's always slow when one least requires it to be slow. So now what we are currently doing is we are troubleshooting to see if we can get the monitor to actually properly connect in all of the right ways. So we've got power in, we've got our HDMI in, we've got a USB that is plugged in as well, and we're trying to see that we've got everything that we needed to actually have in all of the right places. We did install the driver, and the driver is open, so it can't be that. Okay, so maybe what we should do is this. Maybe what she should do is this. Close that. Come over and let's try and see if maybe reinstalling the driver. Well, I'm gonna fix the thing. It is fresh in the download, so we do this. If we do this, hang on, what did we just hear? Hit that button. Yes. Minimize that so that we can see. Old versions of the driver installed. Okay. Let's see. Yes. Hopefully this will work. Hopefully this will work. Before installing driver, please close all graphics software. Thankfully, I haven't got any of that open. I do agree with the user agreement. Is that checked? Yes, it is. You just can't see it because the color is strange. Okay. Now, let's see if it connects. Let's see if it connects. No signal. Now this is the thing with hardware, is it? The first time plugging it in comes with risks to its actual usability. Okay, so now, we see. If we open the launcher. Okay. It says something is happening, but I'm not seeing it on the screen yet. Still no signal on the screen yet. Let's check on my display settings over here. Identify. It's screen number 2. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so it is using my stylus on screen as a mouse cursor. So it's picking up something. Working area, it's just not displaying. Monitor calibration. It's not doing anything. Okay, I'm still not seeing anything on the display. We'll figure this out. We'll figure this out, guys. Minimize that so that I've got less stuff that I can possibly accidentally destroy. Let me move this over to this side where I can see it a bit more clearly. No, while it's in monitor calibration mode, it won't let me actually do anything else. So I'm okay. So until I can actually see the display, to see what it's instructing me, things are going to be sideways. What have we got here then? Stand like this. I wish that this user manual actually bothered to label what each port was. So this is a display port. USB-C, USB-A. I've got a USB-A on the side. Let's try USB-A, maybe. Oh no, wait. So that's a headphone out, USB-A in, 2 USB-As. Then we've got USB-C on the top, display on the top, and HDMI. Okay, can we try, have we got 2 HDMI slots, or one is on the adapter? And then what's on the adapter? Right, so let's see if we can swap around, because which one is in which port is basically moot. But if we can put this one in one that's direct HDMI, maybe that will work a bit better. We'll see. So we experiment and try things out, right? Okay. Oh, we've got signal. We've got signal. We've got signal on all 3 monitors now. It is still figuring itself out, but we've got signal on all 3 monitors now. Yay! Victory! Okay. So now what we do is we come over here, display settings, identify, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So number 2. So number 2 is my main display. Okay. Apply. Okay, so this is a step in the right direction. This is a major step in the right direction. Yay. Now if I just close that because I don't need you, and I can then open up here so that I can see things again. Yippee! Yes. Hello, Caden. Welcome in. Welcome in. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and having just had success installing a brand new graphics tablet that has been made possible thanks to the generous support of everyone here. I appreciate you guys so much. And we finally got it installed. It is working. We think it's working. So now we just need to get the ergonomics to work out a little bit better. And then we're going to be good to go. Yay! It's a little bit chaotic at the moment, but it's gonna be grand when I actually get used to it. Now, where is my pen? That is the question every single time. Okay. So now what I need to do is I just need to make sure that my mapping is correct on this thing. I need to make sure that my mapping is correct. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our tablet driver over here, make sure that that is mapped to that. So yes, there's a thing, the cursor is now following there. All right, calibration, click the red dot, 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 click the red dot. Okay, so now we should have calibration. Nice, nice. Okay. Things are starting to work. Yay. All right. Now I need to move my chair higher. Okay. Now I can actually see the bottom of my monitor over there. And let's just pull this slightly a little bit deeper in, like that. Okay, that will work. And let's just move our desk around a little bit so that I can think clearly, because I can't presently think clearly. My inverter, that's weird. Okay. Let me see. Okay, let's try that now. Yeah. And now we push there. Okay. And if we go to our main screen like that, and we go, show here. Put that on. Okay, that is that monitor, which is significantly larger than literally everything else. So it is scaled huge presently. This is a 4K monitor. I've never had something this big in my life. Okay. So there it is. And we should now see that. We're not seeing my cursor there. Properties. Capture cursor, okay. Oh, you can see it. It's just really, really, really tiny. It's really, really, really tiny. It looks so small on that screen, but it's huge on to me. Crazy, 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 crazy. All right. So now what we need to do is we need to figure out over here. Now we need to figure out over here. Let me just switch this back on a bit. There we go. And it's too loud. That's too loud. Bring that back. Where do I get the distinct feeling? That is okay. It's doing something. Okay. Let's just open up a canvas. And now I need to get rid of this on leave thing because I'm done with the hand cam side of things. So now let us see what all we've got going for us. Let's see what all we've got going for us. So, I'm going to pull my microphone closer that way. Okay. Let's see if I can move my mouse such that I can actually use it. Keyboard. Over here. Oh wow, it feels so weird actually being able to use my mouse without there being a ridge from a basket in the way. Kind of wild. It's kind of wild. In the best way. Now let me see, I want to move my camera up on top here. Right. over there. That looks good. That's in just the right place. That was my thumbnail for today, which we're not going to be using. Okay, now, what have we got? Interface-wise, that was there. That was there. That was there. Okay, just doing some restoration. Okay, now I just want to check my display properties over here. How does that look? 200 is recommended. 150. How does that look? $175. Okay, my encoder is currently a little bit overloaded, but that's fine. Okay, it looks like 175 is the sweet spot. I think. 200 is a bit too big. It's the recommended, but it's a bit too big. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to get this scaled down so that you guys can see again. Because big monitor means all of the information. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. Nice, okay. Restored, restored. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I forgot to press the... I forgot to hit the button on Twitch again. Whoopsie. I forgot to hit the button on Twitch again. Sorry, Twitch. Sorry, Twitch. Okay. So, we should be fully back up to speed. We should now be fully back up to speed. Woohoo! Okay. Display works. I can see everything. Let me just make sure that I haven't got all of the artifacts of tablets past littering the desk. On there. Okay. Okay, it looks like we're good. It looks like we're good. Close display settings. I don't need that. Minimize that. Let me go show monitor 1. Drag this over here so you guys can see. What all we're gonna be messing around with. Okay. While we just figure things out a smidge before we dive into our inaugural illustration. Fun times. So. Let's see. Pressure test. Okay. Definitely interesting control. It feels nice. Clear it. Let's see. I feel like it can be harder. I don't want to need to press hard on this thing. That feels better. That feels better. Toaster, how's it feeling, Harrier? It's going well. We've finally gotten our display driver to actually display. The issue that caused me to not be on Twitch for a while was resolved. It was while we were plugging in our pen display, we accidentally bumped the power cable to my entire computer and it shut itself off because it lost power. And we have just managed to restore everything and get the drivers working and get the display actually to talk to our tablet. And now we're just quickly adjusting our pen sensitivity so that it behaves like how I want it to behave. I feel like it can be slightly harder at the bottom end. But yeah, I think it's behaving itself nicely. I think it's now behaving itself nicely. Okay. Grand. That's right mouse button, and that should be eraser. That should be the eraser. It has been such a long time since I've actually used an eraser like that. Okay. But that was a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest staple consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Yes. Okay. Now, I just need to check. I think my audio driver is still just doing the dump. So let me just restart my audio engine. And again. Connected. And no. There. Alright, now I just want to check over here. Why am I not hearing anything? Is it because the volume is too low, or? No, that's definitely not it. Why am I not hearing anything? Why am I not hearing anything? My audio drive probably took... No, I'm seeing microphone pip, which means my audio driver didn't probably take a knock to the head. So something else is definitely going wrong with my sound. But I will fix that tomorrow. I will fix my sound tomorrow. Unless you can't hear me. In which case I've got to fix it now. story of my life. Fixing things all the time. Alright. So that is, yes, that is our standard setup. Okay, now at the moment this thing is pretty close to being completely vertical, which is actually kind of nice. And I want to test some brushes. And I just want to, I'm gonna go stand over there for a bit. I'm gonna stand over there for a bit. Wait, oh, hello. That needs to be on the screen. One moment, please. Okay. I'm looking for pencils. Was it? I can't remember where the thing that I'm looking for is. I think it's this one, maybe? Dial that scale up a bit. Okay, not the one I'm looking for. Or is it a brush? Definitely not one here. Oh, okay. Oh, this is the cool thing. This is the cool thing that I've never had before, but which is now going to be really cool. Is now this machine has something that none of my tablets before have had, and that is angle sensitivity, which is really, really, really cool. And let me just calibrate over there. There we go. Cool. So basically what that means is that if I am holding my pen perfectly perpendicular, it'll behave in one way. And if I angle it, you'll see that it suddenly turns slanty, and that's going to behave totally, totally differently. Same pen, different behavior, all depending on the angle. And that is going to be a game changer when it comes to coloring things. As long as appropriate brushes are in play. Like, I do not know... I don't think my own brushes are equipped for this, because I've never had it before. Yeah, my own custom brushes are not equipped for it, but... That's gonna be a bit of a game changer. On a whole bunch of coloring things. That just softens everything out quite significantly, and that's gonna be really, really cool. I've never had that before. Yay! Ah, that's gonna be fun. Alright. Now, what I want to do... Ooh, coffee has just arrived. Yay! The stage just gets better and better! Okay, so now what I want to do is, now that I've determined that the tablet actually works, now what I want to do is I want to just, yay, so excited for you, yes! It's a big thing, it's a big thing. I am really, really excited by this angle. the angle adjustment. It's going to be an absolute game changer in terms of coloring behavior. It's going to require me to learn a couple of new things, but it's going to be fun, I think. So now what I need to do is I just need to tighten up a couple of things. I think. No? No, it's fine. I don't need to tighten up a couple of things. I just need to be mindful of pressure. It is no more shaky than what I was balancing on the rock. It's no more shaky than what I was balancing on the rock, so it is actually fine. Okay. So we now know that the tablet works. Yay, 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 yay. That is a victory right there. Alright, now what we need to do is we can actually begin our inaugural illustration. I'm very, very excited. I'm very excited. Now, I did run a poll on Twitter for who we would draw for our inaugural illustration, and one of my original characters won, which I was a little bit surprised by. You've seen him before, recently-ish, beginning of this year. I pretty much introduced him to you guys. His name is Renko, and he is from a big writing project that I've been having going on for years and years and years. He is my half-griffin lad. And it has been some months since I've drawn him, so I think it's maybe not a bad idea to bring him back a little bit. So let's see how this pans out now with the new brush set, or with the new tablets. How this behaves. Now what I want to do is I want to bring this back onto the screen because I don't necessarily need it there. Why did I hit that? Restore. Over here, I'm definitely going to need to adjust my mapping on things. Alright. Sensitivity and adjustment. Okay, maybe it shouldn't be too odd. You know what, let's just reset it completely. And I actually want to check if I can open this thing up. To access my nibs so that I can switch to the softer nib, or the felt tip. I want to feel how that feels to use the felt tip nib. Now, how does one open this thing? Is it just brute force? I'm scared of opening things with brute force. It is supposed to rotate, which means it requires grip. Okay, got it. Got it. I think. Well, something moved, but pop out it is not. Hello? Okay. There we go. I've managed to open it up. I've managed to open up the pen holder. to see the nibs. Okay. So now we take out the nib removal tool and one of our felt tip nibs, which I'm being very, very curious to see what a felt tip nib feels like to use. And we remove the default nib. Which then gets placed back in the container, and we plug in the felt tip. So I have basically got 11 nibs at my disposal. No? Yeah. 11 nibs at my disposal. 6 of the standards and 5 of the felts. So this is one of the felt tips. I want to just dial my brush size up because I feel like I can get away with a bigger brush size here. There we go. Oh, that feels rougher. That feels rougher. Hello? I'm scared of pressing too hard now. Let's try a semi-soft brush. Okay. And a fully soft brush. Okay, I think that's what I'm gonna go with. I'm scared of going too hard with this. Okay, so close, because I don't want that mess in time lapse. Okay, let's do the thing, right? Let us experiment with this now, thoroughly and properly. Let's see. I'm just figuring out a sort of a vibe first, which I'm not entirely 100% happy with, but it's fine. We will yet figure this out in terms of what we're actually doing with this picture, because I've got no idea yet. Okay, clear it. Let's not do that again. Time lapse, just delete and turn off. And time lapse, record again. Try that again. Try that again. Okay. Maybe let's just do something a bit more close cropped. Yeah. Let's just do a portrait, I think. It's been a while. And doing a portrait on this size canvas is always interesting. So this is basically, if I just go to our canvas properties, this is pretty huge. This is, I think A3 size. which is definitely poster size. Also at that sort of a resolution. So we've got a lot of pixels to work with. There we go. Let's see. Now, in terms of vibe, what are we gonna do? This is a celebration, so it ought to be a happier picture, I think. Yeah. So let's firstly change the facial angle here. This deserves to be a happy picture, I think. Right. And I think let's experiment with this one a bit, because why not, right? Let's experiment with this one a bit. Now, let's think. I just want to make absolutely dead certain that I am not doing the dumb. I need to just make 100% certain that I'm not doing the dumb. I had this over here, I believe. I was wrong. Okay. I'm gonna put it on this side. Okay. Put this over here. Go to that. Just make myself 100% certain. About exactly how I put things together here. Yes, okay. Let's flip this over. Because I did not like that now. Okay, so that switches to a vector eraser at the moment, which I am not entirely certain I'm widen with. And now it's not switching back. So let's see. Press key. Mouse key. I want this to be middle mouse button. Let's see. Left, right click. Okay. Tool. No. Oh, guys, there was one thing we forgot. We forgot something. We forgot something. The key dial. Oh, we forgot the key dial. Let's see what this thing says. What does the key dial mini thing say? Hold up. Oh, wow. So that is gonna have okay, so it can connect via Bluetooth. Or it can connect via USB. USBs are a little bit of prime real estate at the moment, so I'm probably going to try and use a Bluetooth connection. If I can figure out if I can figure out let's plug that in. Okay, something is flashing here, so let's go here to where I've got Bluetooth, new devices, key dial mini, connecting, connected 80% battery. Oh wow, aren't we lucky? Ooh. Okay. Okay. Hello there. Let's see what we've got working for us over here now. Because this is gonna be a new thing. So we've got zoom in, zoom out. We've got a couple of shortcut keys. So I think that middle button is probably the power on, power off. not go to sleep because I'm not. You are not going to sleep. So that's new. Okay. Dial sensitivity. Let's put that on 1 and see how does that respond. I don't know if that's slower or faster. I don't know if that dial sensitivity is slower or faster. And on 5, I prefer 5. I prefer 5. The lag is interesting though. That's definitely going to be an interesting thing to get used to. Shortcut keys. Let's see. Now, my issue is that I'm using a whole bunch of my shortcut keys for getting to for my VTuber. Largely is for my VTuber. So a lot of the more standard stuff, if I go specifically for if I go to my tools, I want this is basically all of my custom brushes. Selection area. Pursue. What is these gonna be? What does G do? What does G do? Currently pulls up the menu that pulls up gradient map. That one, which is between the light table and timeline, which doesn't help me squat. I'm not going to use that. Undo, whatever that did. I think that cleared everything, which we do not want to do. I'm gonna drop my color sets in there. And that is our eyedrop tool. That is a duplicate layer, okay. That selected a brush. Okay. that selected an eraser. New vector layer. Okay, interesting. Also the eraser. No idea what that one does. Oh wait, that just... Oh, those two toggle between alpha, color 1, that one, I can't identify what it's doing. That one, I can't identify what it's doing. That one, I can't identify. Color picker. That one's grab. New raster layer. Okay. Interesting. This is definitely going to need so much customization because methinks this is going to require I'm getting used to, but I'm going to just restore that. I think that's power off. Okay. I actually honestly have no idea what that does. I will need to see if I can figure out how to map this thing out a little bit better because the keys are not ideal. Like the only thing presently usable is the zoom wheel. I'm going to need to see how to map that out a bit better. For me specifically. And let's just come sit a little bit closer. There we go. There we go. Sure, this is definitely a different experience than oh my word. The real estate feels amazing. Like legitimately, it feels. I don't think I've ever drawn on anything quite so big before. It feels impressive, and it encourages me to actually move my entire arm. And working basically vertically like this is also an interesting thing. It's sort of, how can I phrase this? I can feel it's going to give me immaculate shoulders. In the best ways possible. Like, at this angle, the deltoid is definitely going to work. And I'm not complaining about that. Okay. But I might actually be able to finally bring my user interface all into the same canvas now and not be stuck across all of the different places. Hold up. Bring that in there and bring that, come on, grab it in there. Okay. Let's rearrange our setup over here. So what's this? Not going to be using that one. Let me actually put my swatches on this side. I like having color history up there because it reminds me of its existence without being in the same space. Okay. Tool settings over there, color settings over here. Let's try that. Let's try that and see how it works for us. Whew. Okay. Let's see how that works for us. Now let's also decide for ourselves real quick. How are we gonna? You know what, let me just put this on a multiply real quick over here. And let's go with throwing in some let's do some block color, I guess. Give ourselves an idea of where we're actually going to go with this. Because I don't know yet. I know I want to do something a bit brighter. Are you really that dark? No, that was is your shading color. This is your base color. I knew it wasn't that dark. I have very few characters who are distinctly ridiculously pale, and this guy is one of them. Okay. Color-wise, there's that. As a basic set of flats. Let me think context of this one. If I think about law. When can I make this? When can I make this? That's gonna be the question. I don't know if definitely. Yeah, there's so much that I'm trying to consider, and I'm not sure if I'm happy with any of it. I think too hard. And it's a battle. I'm not sure if I know where I'm going with this. So let's think. I'm not feeling this one as the inaugural piece, actually. I think that's my issue, is I'm not feeling this one as being the right thing for our inaugural piece. How about it's got to be something with motion. I think that's the first part of the problem, is that I'm not working with. But I'm working in the wrong aspect ratio. I think that's part of the problem. I'm working in the wrong aspect ratio. Okay. Because that's determining half of my layout madness. Let's try. Let's try something. a victory. A moment of personal victory. I think that's what I want to celebrate with this one. This character is something that he's wanted for a really long time and has never been able to achieve. So let's give him the moment of victory where he finally gets it. That is. Gonna be the thing. The capture. You know what? Actually, I think maybe half of the issues that I want to almost change. Maybe do something interesting with the horizon. Maybe that's going to be half of the fun. Let's put the horizon at an interesting angle. And let's add the perspective of the torso here. Get the limbs too. Sort of falling after that. Okay. Let's see. Cancel. I don't know. I didn't have a plan. The tablet seems to be working well in your favor. Yes, it's working very well. I am very, very happy with it. It is feeling a lot more stable. Like a lot more stable. It's nice being able to see. It's really, really nice actually being able to see what I'm doing now. Like, I cannot overstate how nice that is. I think my biggest challenge at the moment is coming up with a drawing that does this justice. Presently. I'm half working on it out. But at the same time, I feel like I need to just... I haven't yet got a vision for what I want to do with this. You have the tablet goal still? Yes. If I rename it on Kopi, then it's going to reset. Unfortunately. Now, that remainder for that 1600, if we can hit that, then it'll mean that I'll actually be able to afford the iPhone, which will give me the ability to actually finish Teo's rig with the right kind of inputs to give it a full, proper iPhone compatible rig. At the moment, I'm working through vBridger and the Google Media Pipe tracking, which is pretty good, but it doesn't have all of the options and it doesn't behave in the same way as iPhone tracking, and I do know that Teo uses iPhone tracking. So, and specifically does not use MediaPipe, or does not use vBridger. So I want to make sure that whatever I provide is going to actually be appropriate for the use case. It is, as far as all VTubing tools go, it is the one thing I've been procrastinating on for the longest time because I really didn't want to need to go there, but if I'm doing VTuber models for other people, I need to go there as part of literally being able to make sure that I'm making the thing that'll serve the purpose. So if we can hit that 1600, it will give us that option at last. To be able to do that properly. We are about, if I look at what's left in my PayPal after the tablet purchase, I think we are at, yeah, I can't remember what the exact numbers are, and I'm kind of scared to open it up right now. Wait, let me just do that. Yeah, let me do that. Okay. Yeah, it's we are looking at something that's definitely a much lower bar than the graphics tablet. But had we not gotten the graphics tablet on special, it wouldn't be on the cards. Like, it would not be on the cards at all. I would have legitimately either gone hunting to see if I could temporarily borrow a phone belonging to an acquaintance, hoping that we know someone who actually runs iPhone. I don't even know. Or I would have just gone vBridger and hope. Knowing that it was not going to be fully appropriate. So, yeah. And then there's also the possibility that I might be overthinking things horrendously, and that there's also the possibility that I'm just horrendously overthinking this. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, yeah, I'm not feeling this either. I'm not feeling this either. When you're not feeling the sketch, it's really not fun. Like I want to do something kind of cool, but I'm not sure what to do. I need to write more before I can have a visual on what I actually want to do with this. And I think that's my issue at the moment. That I haven't got a visual idea of what I want to do here. What is that? Coffee. Coffee is good. Coffee is a good idea right now. Coffee is a good idea right now. You know what? I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to over here. Let me do this. Let's go GDR text. Let's go. Don't know. Goal. Correction. Okay. Select font. Wait. Something like that. Okay. And let's go. Background like that. Center and center. And let's go. Tab. Let. Acquired. Next. Step. Tutor. Something like that. Ought to do the trick in terms of that. Background opacity, let's put that at like 95. Yeah? No, let's dial that up all the way up to 100. Select color, let's make it that. Okay. Outline the text, because you always give white text an outline. Let's go grab that color. Okay. Let's give it some legibility. There we go. Dial that back like that. Okay. And now I can drop that into, where is my cursor there? Drop that in there. And now it is, at least on this screen, at the very least, corrected. At least for this view. Okay, still haven't figured out what exactly we want to do with this, whatchamacallit, inaugural illustration. We've still not figured that out. I don't know. I don't know. I think we've maybe just got the wrong model. I think we're maybe just dealing with the wrong model. And I don't think, I don't think Renko is the right guy for the job right now. I don't know. I was so invested in getting to the point where the thing actually works that the creative part of my brain that decided, okay, let's think, okay, when it arrives, what do we actually want to draw? That part just didn't want to work. And I think that is presently what is manifesting at the moment. I hate that. But it's fine, it's fine. Let me think. This needs to be on that screen. Why? Because I need to see my stream manager over there. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Getting here has just been, to this moment, it's just been the all-consuming monster in my brain. And presently all I can think of is all of the work that I've got to do. Shucks, okay. Let me think very, very, very carefully. What is a thing that is on my to-do list that I absolutely have to do with relative haste that can serve the purpose of both the inaugural illustration and also ticking off the thing that's not just for no other reason than to make the thing? What needs be made? What do I have in my work in progress folder? Lark. There's Lark. He's got something going for him. What have I got in my work in progress history? I haven't finished the cardigan drawing. What else have I got? I needs redesign work. All of those are completely not found, so I can't tell what I'm looking at. Because that all needs to be remapped or it will show up again. So shucks, okay. I've got something with lock, and I've got something with cardigan. The lock picture is a bit more serious and dark. The cardigan picture. I'm not sure stylistically anymore. Yeah. Shucks. Not knowing what to draw sucks when you finally have the tool to do it. Oh man. Okay. You know what? You're not safe. When one doesn't know what to draw, draw an environment or an when one doesn't have an idea for a person. A place. What's a place? That I can maybe work with. You know, I think half of my problem is that I'm frozen. Maybe then I'll be able to think if I'm not feeling my bones turn into icicles. Okay. I feel really bad now. That I can't think of what to draw. This is actually again, it's legitimately pathetic. Okay. We're not gonna flog a dead horse, so and presently the dead horse in question happens to be residing between my ears. I will figure out what we'll do for actual proper inaugural illustration, because I can't, at the moment it's not happening. It's not happening at the moment. And I don't like that. Star Kitties, hello! Welcome in, welcome in. I hope that you're having a good Monday. Mine has fried me a little bit, but we're here, we're good. We've gotten our brand new graphics tablet installed. You too? Thank you, thank you. We had some interesting technical challenges throughout the day, but we survived them. And yes, we are presently fighting the fact that I somehow have no idea what to draw now that I've finally got the thing installed. That's an interesting thing to do battle with at the moment. I think I've attempted like 4 or 5 sketches. Art block, yeah, and it's hitting me at the worst time. Like, I've got a lot of visual work that I absolutely have to do. That's not necessarily straight illustration. Like a lot. I've got VTubers that I've got to rig. Maybe I should just continue rigging. I don't know. Maybe that should actually just be what I should do, because November is arriving faster than what you can spell your name backwards, and I need to have those things delivered by then. So maybe rather than wasting time bashing my head into a brick wall, I should be being productive. Yes, I think that's what we're going to do. Instead of bashing our head against the brick wall, we're going to go and be productive. Okay. Open Live 2D. Let's do the thing. Now I need to resize this window because the 4K monitor the new tablet is way huge as far as OBS is concerned. By the way, I'm drawing right now. I'm still watching chat. Oh, awesome! I hope that you have a productive arting session. We're all for shared productivity in this place. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to go here and I want to grab, we're going to be working on Cheeky. Yeah, it's scattered everywhere. Best of luck, best of luck. Okay, yes, we've got a lot of work we need to do on Cheeky, so this is fine. Hello there. Why are you not updating? Canvas, that is here. OBS. Oh, it's because there are 2 instances, that's why. Waha. There were 2 instances. There were 2 instances. It's okay. Okay, so we're going to continue working on the Cheeky rig. I think that's what we're going to do, because it absolutely has to happen, and I do not want to waste time. And there's much to do here. So, I've still got to do physics layers on a bunch of these. If I go to our physics settings thing over here, go preview, external application, connect. There we go. And then go over here, go monitor mode. Okay. You can see what's going on here. Wait, that's good. I love it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, we have a lot to work on still with this, but we are slowly but certainly making good progress. I just want to calibrate my I just wanted to calibrate my V-bridger quickly. I felt like I was not completely in calibration. Okay. Let's start with this, and like that, I think, yeah. Reposition, maybe like that, yeah. And calibrate. Yes. Yes, that's better. Okay, that's better. That's better. Okay. So in terms of the physics actual pendulum settings, I feel like it still needs a little bit of work. I'm wondering if I need to actually, it should be on deformers like they are presently, or if it should be a skinning sort of scenario with the hair. I am not 100% sure yet. I almost feel like skinning is going to look a little bit more natural. Especially where the hair starts to curl up. But yeah. Am I the only one that hates coloring hair? No, hair is either something that is a comforting thing to try and draw, or it is something that is a challenging thing to try and draw. And depending on your temperament and the style that you're going for and how much detail you're putting into it, it can be very much a different kind of scenario either which way. But okay, I think I am going to I'm going to do this. Today, we start with the ears. So hide the head front. Let's do ears. Let's do the ears first, before all else. So, grab that, begone. Put that on 3. Make that also 10. The song sounds like the startup of making your character in a game. It does! It does have that sort of a vibe to it, doesn't it? At some point I'd love to have something bespoke made. But I'm not there at the moment. One day. One day. We'll get there eventually. Okay, that will work for this side. Okay, that closed it up relatively well. Okay, and why did you do that? Okay. Seems like it's corrected itself out at the moment. I'll take it. Something like that. Okay, now we need to protect a couple of boundaries, so this needs to move up. Josie, hello, hello. Please do enlighten me as to what the actual proper pronunciation of your name is, because I feel very self-conscious now that I might have been horribly mispronouncing your name this entire time. You said correct? I love how you said actually. I hope so. So is it then supposed to be the Josie pronunciation or the Jocksai pronunciation? I'm not sure. Also, that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Normally I would say Josie too. Okay. Water time. Also both pronunciations. Ah, okay, okay. As her nickname. Oh. So both pronunciations are okay. I just want to make sure, because I do know having your name mispronounced can be really annoying. Pronunciations are tough for me too, I understand. I'll go back to lurking, but I have a great time with Live 2D. Thank you! Thank you, thank you. We have much work to do still with Cheeky, and it is, I think, better to be productive here and make meaningful progress towards deadlines than fight art block on an illustration that is going nowhere fast. And yeah. Is it okay if I drink juice? Yes. There is a reason why I say any safe for consumption beverage when we do the hydrates, because sometimes it is juice, sometimes it is coffee, sometimes it is tea, sometimes it is something a little bit stronger than tea. It depends on the person, it depends what you've got going for you. We don't judge based on your quote-unquote hydration. The only reason why I specify safe for consumption is so that no one can say, but my streamer told me to drink bleach. Which, would end badly. Why? Just why? I'm pretty sure they say it just to exasperate me sometimes. Anything but bleach. I know. Detergent is the other popular choice. For things to exasperate me. Please do not drink detergent. There we go. Nice, nice. Almost done. Then I get to chill here. Hey, nice, nice. Go kick that productivity. Conquer it. Prove your valor. Right, that needs to not be there. Okay. And on this side. Okay. Okay, yeah, that one, but I don't need it. Yeah. Let's do that again. There we go, almost got it all. No, like that. Grab everything. Clear it and place it on the inks layer. Okay. For now, those two should work together. There we go. Then the back fluff is the next one that needs to get meshed out. Oh my word. Oh. So much. Okay. nearly through this line. There we go. Yay, finally finished. Well done, well done. Congratulations on finishing your work. Now, I need to be very, very careful. Because these sweeping lines if they are not kept nice and tight, they are going to deform in a very, very ugly way later. But I would rather they don't. So hopefully that will do the trick. And then the ear back. This one ought to be a little bit simpler. Hello. Strange, but okay. And that line. There we go. Then that line, yes. Pull this across this way. I have homework. Oh no! Best of luck with it. go. That lot. Now this piece of something like that. And like that. Okay. Now I just want to take these lines a little bit. Okay. Now we grab everything. No, before I do that, I feel like I need to just give ourselves a little bit of a security blanket on that side. Okay. Copy. And paste. Okay. So now the ear back inks and ear back go into a water former. Let's call this let's call this ear back container. Good. For now, let's just leave it there. Ear front and ear front inks. We put into ear front open. Create. Okay. Then here what we're going to do by our expressions. Who knows? Let's add it in here. As we're going to go ear open, copy, paste. And that's going to be 0 to 1. Okay. And we need more divisions. At least like that, yes. Okay, nice and tight. Okay, so now you're open. When it's in the open division, wait, let's clear it, cancel, and I just want to actually edit this because I think that I was about to do something daft. -1. 1, okay. Yeah, open. Okay. Control Shift C. Control Shift V. So that is going to be our pivot there. Yeah. Black front. And here, like that. That looks good, okay. So as that opens up, let's go this way a little bit. Copy. Paste. Something like that. Okay, that's the first part of ear rig. Okay. Now we take all of those and we put them in a deformer, and we're going to call this ear fizz. Yes. Okay. F with X. Yeah. X. Make it 1 to 1. Finish. Okay. So how's the tablet with making models? Very comfortable, actually. Like, super, super comfortable to work with. I have zero complaints with this. it's a little bit tricky. I think I'm going to need to recalibrate it again. Specifically the double click distance, if I can find it. Or the double click duration, if I can find it. To actually get numbers selected. Ah, but that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. But otherwise, being really, really straightforward and easy. I've almost got this. There we go. That will do the trick there. I'm happy we were able to help you get the new tablet. I'm so grateful. You have no... I am still completely blown away that it is here. I'm still completely blown away that it is here and that I can see what I'm doing. And it is ergonomically such a massive improvement over where I was 4 hours ago. I am so shook and happy, and I am, yeah. I am giddy. I am giddy. I'm art blocked but giddy. So, oh man, but that's an awkward place to be, that art block thing. But hey, we do what we can despite, right? Yep. Now we need another one of these. This is going to be ear, up, down, copy, paste, okay. I think in the down position there. We get rid of this one in the middle. slightly. Okay. So now what we can do is check over here. I don't know if I've made those dummies on the Harrier model. Did I make those dummies on the Harrier model? Let me check. This is going to be by model parameters, folders, eyes, or is it browse? I think it's going to be by browse. I do have an ear up down dummy. There, but did I make ear? Nope, I did not. Okay, I did not make those dummies. To connect the ears to the brown movement yet. Okay, so I need to do that still. And then I need to add another walk deformer on top, and that's going to be ears, ear, head, X, Y, create. Very interesting. Okay, angle X. Okay. Is okay. Create. And that's going to be on the angle X. So there it's going to be an edge down. Like that. And that's going to be an edge up. Just give ourselves a little bit of perspective on those ears. Okay, that will work. Now, we need to be here. That needs to come down. And that needs to come down. Also, a little bit of perspective on those. Okay. That works there. Okay, that looks a little bit more like it's actually following the header, not just being slotted behind it like a piece of cardboard. Okay, that works. Happiness, happiness, happiness. Now extended interpolation, ellipse, 3. Same over here, ellipse, 3. Okay. Nice, nice. Now the ear scale can also get that. Extended interpolation, ellipse and 3. Ellipse and 3. And let's just check that that didn't break it. Doesn't look like it. Yay! Okay. Now we test it over here. And we go add ears. X. Input preset head. Okay. Add a pendulum. Output settings. Add. This is X. Okay. That is enough to have a little bit of life to it, but not ridiculous. Shaking influence is what again? Something like that. 90. Okay. Nice and stiff. We want the ears to not be too floppy. Okay. Add ear Y or ears Y. Input preset head. Okay. Add a pendulum. Also 90. Add an output. F is Y. Okay. Input settings. Angle Y. Angle Y. Okay. And output settings, increase magnification, yes. So then between all of that, we should have an ear that is responsive. Okay. So that physics I am happy with. Okay. Now we go here and we go select child objects, grab everything. Copy. Collapse. Paste. Edit form. Flip. Angle X. Okay. Now we should be able to see here how that behaves. Okay, so ears up. I'm just controlling that manually. And ears open, fist closed. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to split that parameter set replicate, edit. This one is going to be here open E. Because it's on the port side. Okay. Edit parameter. This one's going to be a ear open. For starboard side. Okay. So everything in here. Select child objects. This bunch. Change that to ear open S. Okay. So now those two should behave independently of each other. Yes. Okay. Then the same thing needs to happen here. Replicate. Edit. Ear up, down. P. Okay. Edit parameter. Ear up, down. S. Okay. Change. There we go. So now those should be able should be able to move independently of each other. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just quickly hit the save button, because that seems like a smart thing to do. And what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to open the Harrier model. And I'm going to make some dummies. Make some dummy parameters and re-export. Why? Because I do not doubt that I'm going to make animal ear models in the future. And having those dummies is going to be helpful. So Cancel. Edit parameter. Copy. Let's create a new one. Like that. Pull this all the way up. Like that. Okay, so now those parameters exist. I don't need anything linked to them, but they need to exist. Then I can do the same. Copy. Paste, paste, okay. Paste, yes, copy, paste, okay. Moonshiro, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? We're just quickly making a couple of dummy parameters to continue tasting cheeky. And which means exporting myself again. Yeah. How are you doing, cheeky? Moonshiro. Okay. Why did I think why I'm working on Cheeky's model, that's why it was the like top of my head, sorry. Oh. I need sleep. Just want to congratulate you on getting the tablet drawing table computer screen thing you were working for. Thank you! Greatly, greatly appreciated. We have managed to install it without too many hassles. It is really comfy to work with. It's really nice not feeling like I'm going to bruise my knees every single time that I sit down to work on a basket. And it's nice and comfy, and it's really nice being able to see. I am very, very, very happy camper. Very happy camper. And this thing is huge. There is so much visual real estate here. Wow. So I am immensely, immensely grateful. When they say this might take some time, they were not kidding. This is definitely taking some time. Wow. There we go. I'm tired. My understanding of what the name of the thing is at the current not there, and I'm trying very hard to write an eloquent enough way for you to understand what I'm tired. I understand. You don't have to force yourself. The gist of it comes through. But yay. Yes, very, very, very grateful camper. I'm a happy burb. I'm a very, very happy burb. We're just very quickly putting together those dummy parameters. As soon as this thing says okay, done exporting, then I should be able to save and close the Harrier model. I don't think I'll need dummy parameters again for a while after including those. We shall see. This is also taking a while. Wow. Okay, I think in the meantime let's hydrate. Yeah, I think let's hydrate in the meantime. Okay. The blue bar creeping across the screen at a snail's pace. Story of our lives. Because you can't do anything while it's doing this. I'll go sleep now. Enjoy the tablet drawing computer screen new thingy. Greatly appreciated. Yes, you sound like you need to sleep. Enjoy your nap. I hope that it serves you well. And I appreciate your support and contributions to making it possible. Okay, let's load this up. Okay, I'm back here. Now we just need to go to, I believe it's the browse folder, yes. Here. That's, brow down, brow Y is going to control ear up down. Yeah. So now we're also going to need a dummy for ear up. Down. R, which is going to be brow right Y as the input, and output is going to be ear up down S. Select. Okay. Close this folder because I don't need it. Maximum. Minimum is going to be 0.5. Okay. That's those two. And then for ear open B, we're gonna go also brow input. This is gonna be, no, this is gonna be the smile. Smile will control Yeah, open, I think. Will it? Output here. Open P. Yeah, let's leave that on smile. Okay. Which just means that those are always going to open and close in sync. Unless I hook that up also to the yeah, angle. Unless I change that. Okay, so let's see if this works. Let's see if this combination of parameters works. Very active! Independently. That works. That works, I think. Those are pretty hyper responsive. Those are pretty hyper responsive. I can roll with that. I can roll with that. Those are behaving themselves pretty well, actually. Like, there's actually an amazing amount of control over those ears. Happy. I'm happy. Those ears behave themselves pretty well. I think they're behaving. Okay, I think instead of the angle Z though, Cheeky, how's it going? It's going pretty well. We've just made your ears reactive. How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm okay, just at work. Ah, best of luck at work. I think. Do we need a body Y? Probably not. But I'm not gonna mess with it. Okay. Now what I see that I need to address is that the brow creases while in the right position here. Need to be behind head shadow. But head shadow needs to be behind the eyelashes. So that needs to come let's see, if we go brows down, those do not need to be above eyelashes. Needs to be above lid up, but it does not need to be above eyelashes. Same over here. Those two needs to be above lid up, but that doesn't need to be. Above lashes. So that should then solve that issue. And now the lid line ones and the lid shadows come below. Okay, so now that should behave itself. There we go. There we go. Let me just go file, save, so I can close this one. And not have everything chewing up the graphics processing file. Okay. So that is The next easy thing sorted. Right, we were also in the process of doing the side hair finished, because that is also something a wee bit significant. So that I actually venture to say that eyelashes out. Like that. Create new part, call this one eyelash group, copy, paste. Okay. Grab all of those. There we are. That needs to go in between them. Okay. So it's above the brows, below the lashes. Okay. So these still need to be meshed. Let's do that. First we grab everything and begone. Then we grab this. And we see what we can get right there. Right, and on this side, I'll capture. No, I'm going to use this side to capture this far away. And then I'll use another line for what's happening in there. Okay. Slowly but certainly. Okay, getting there. And as soon as this piece is finished out, we're hitting the save button. Confirm. Okay. Yeah. All right. Confirm. There we go. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back. The homework was long. Congratulations on getting through it. There we go. There we go. Okay, this is slowly but certainly coming in. Yeah. The meshing does take a while, but it is always worth it in the end. To have the edges protected for our definitions. Must there. Okay, next edge that needs to be protected is going to be this one. Yeah. Like that. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Grab all of that, copy. here and paste. Save. Save. Okay, now these two. I'm pretty sure what I want to do is actually, I want to try something. I want to bind these with glue. Okay. Let's see. If I remembered this process correctly, because there is an alternative way to do physics with long stringy bits, and I think in this case it's going to work better than using deformers. So we shall see. So we now have this, and what I want to try is I want to create S3 rotation. Okay, put that over here. Place, scale, scale. All right. Put that on there. 1, 2, 3, 5. Almost there. Last one. And now we go modeling, scanning. Okay, so I need to grab it with all of those rotation points. Okay. Modeling, spinning. Generate parameters for rotation. Ranges of angles. Let's make that 15. Okay. So it's a little sharp in between. A little sharp in between. Let's see what we can do about that. Undo. Can we soften this? Okay. Let's actually make it more. Let's just make it more. Looks like we can't really soften it. So, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Okay, I do not like how jaggedy that's looking at all. I do not like how jaggedy that's looking at all. Methinks I'm gonna have to think this out again. There we go. Thank you for the feedback. Okay. Unless I do this, maybe, as parent. Create. There we go. And grab this. Unbind. Okay. Let's see if I can find the right rotation for there. Up here, someplace. Found you. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so now we grab that and we try this again. So let's try this. Model skinning. Okay. That bunch. Modeling, skinning, generate parameters. Let's go HS3 fizz. Okay. Let's see. How this behaves now. Does it flow a little bit more smoothly? No, it does not. Why? Why do you do the jaggedy? Why do you do the jaggedy? Come on. Why do you do it? Why do you do this? Come on. Is it being annoying? I'm only catching bits because the dogs at my job are so loud. Oh man. Something, the skinning is doing weird things with the glue, and the day I get glue to behave like I expect things to behave, is apparently going to be the day that, I don't know. This is just the day I get glue to do what other people get glue to do, I will be very happy. But I'm not gonna expect that in a crazy hurry. Because if I just go to our physics settings here, and we go AY mid, and we go add, all of those to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, add 9, 7, 8, 9 of those. Okay. Zoom out, let's see. Like that. Let's see how does that behave. Okay. I'd be lurking. Okay, Tail, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate. This is very, very, very stiff. That's because it's on the Y. And if we go on the X, whee! That's gonna be way crazy. Look at that go. Yikes. Ish, add. Okay, so that's going to be 1, that's going to be 2, that's going to be 3, that's going to be 4, it's going to be 5, it's going to be 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, increase output, yes. So, with that crazy shaking behavior, this is obviously not going to fly. So, 14. Oh. How's that? Still crazy. The X should maybe also then start at 8.5. Let's see. Slowly starting to get actual decent behavior. Okay. How does that tie together? Increase output. Yes. So that is like that. Y input. Effectiveness, let's make this 50. Okay. 50. 50. 50. 50. 50. Okay, now we'll try on the Y again here. This also needs to then be 50. 50. 50. 50. 50. 50. 50. 50. And 50. Okay. So the Y movement does things. X movement does not. Why does the X movement not do things? it surely oughtn't need be on other bones, right? Rapidadum. The Y. Pretty much works. X. Sort of works. Maybe it's just because it's not actually attached to the head yet properly that it doesn't look like it's doing the right things. Okay. Why is you testing the model is you execute? I'm glad you think so. I think if you think so. I'm glad if you think it is. It's all of the madness that goes in the back end. Let me see, the next thing we need, this is gonna be on the angle Z, angle Z. That one is gonna go like, I don't like that it does that. That is going to need a corrective deformer. Because that is so wrong. So let's grab all of that, pull it out of that rotation, which actually does nothing. Let's grab those and put those in a gravity corrector. Create, which gets linked to the angle Z. Like that. And then over here, this needs to come this way. Like so. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to grab this, hide it, grab that, hide it, grab that, hide it. Okay. Go to this and just see how that behaves. Almost there, okay. Now grab everything. Nope. You. Put you in a HS3 head XY. Create. Angle X. Okay, angle Y. Now we check that again. It's almost behaving. But I think maybe my reaction time is maybe half of the issue here. Let's put this back on reaction time of 1. Okay, let's see how that behaves. It looks like it ought to be moving more. Like, on the Y, it's moving a lot more distinctly than on the X. What's my settings on the Y? Eight, 7. Let's see, how about I can't say that I'm 100% sold yet. Like, it looks reasonable on the pendulum, it does not look reasonable IRL. Looks reasonable on the pendulum, but not in practicality. Like, Y is all converging on 1. So let's do the same. That's a little bit more something. It's a little bit more something. We can delete the body input because that's not actually important. That's starting to behave a bit better. That's starting to behave a bit better. Okay. So now if we check the Y, Okay, that way. It's an interesting combination of being both too slow and too fast at the same time. That's 4x87. Yeah, why is there more 87 over here? So everything but the last two get 8, because 87. Okay, let's try that. Okay, well, I don't think I'm gonna get it much better than that. So let us do this. Grab all of you. Clipping ID. Clip those two. Okay, clip mask and this. Same with those. Clip two. Invert. Okay, let's try this now. Okay. So now what we do is we come to this thing, and when we are in the center, we collapse both sides down. Okay, let's go from negative to 19. That. Okay. So now when we check here, that should behave itself a little bit better. Okay. Reaction times there are. Let's put these all on one as well. What was I thinking last time? Good grief. You know, let's just go straight to 8.9 for all of these again. Okay. Position and an angle. Position and an angle. Okay. Okay, I think it's pretty close to how we actually want things to behave. Okay. We'll roll with that. Free from work, way! Woohoo! So, it's a different kind of physics from the pieces below. I'm not sure which is better. Like, the skinning version has just dial this up again, maybe that's half of the issue. Maybe that's half of the issue. Okay. Yeah, that was half of the issue. Now it's behaving more like how I would expect it to behave. The ears though? Hey, I'm glad if you're enjoying the ears. One thing I am very proud and fond of is expressive animal ears. So as you can pilot them with your facial expressions, it does give you a couple of options. So the smiling is controlled by, or the smiling controls whether they open or close, and your brow height controls whether they're up or down. So you can actually control that completely independently. So brow down and smile also work. Brow down, no smile is like the ears opening back. Grr. Yeah, it's a lot of fun to play with animal ears. All of the fun. But okay, so it was the effectiveness that was doing the weird. What I don't like is I don't like the sharp wobblies between sections, but I don't know how to fix that. Because the glue does not behave like how I expect it to. So I can't predict how it's going to respond to things. But okay, let's grab this again. And go select child objects, all of it. Copy. Paste. Modeling, edit form, flip, angle X. Alright. I'm going to want to pick my own ears. Understandable. Understandable, honestly. Okay. So I'm going to need another correction to format. I just realized before I lean into this too much. So delete what I just did there. So in here, this is going to need another correction to format. So the gravity corrector. And we're going to need head X corrector. Create. Alright. And that's gonna come in a smidge. Nope. Yeah, like that. That'll do. Undo, undo. And like that. Okay. So now if we grab select child objects, grab all of that, copy, paste, edit form, flip. Okay, that closes up the middle just like I wanted it to. Okay. Oh, that did not glue. Oh, wow, man. Why does glue not copy? Okay. As nice as the idea of skinning is, until the day where I can get glue to behave, and when glue copies, when you flip or copies alongside everything else, I'm not using it. Alright, so everyone, that's a hydrate. You can please grab your nearest staple consumption beverage and take a sip. Ah man, that segmentation. This is why I don't trust glue. It's just like carpentry. A good mechanical joint beats glue every single time. So, undo. Okay. Which means all of those be gone. 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 Because I can't use any of you. You also be gone. Delete everything there. Those are all empty. Be gone. Warp deformers it is. Because good grief. That you cannot rely on the skinning actually flipping or being duplicated is one of my biggest pet peeves with Live 2D. Because it just straight up doesn't. Yay! Stopping by to say congrats on the new tablet. Here to support you on the new goal in a little while. Hope you have a good stream and the rest of your day. Oh, thank you so much, Yay! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! It is a big, big, big privilege to be able to share the new tool set with you guys, and it has been really, really humbling to experience everyone's gratitude. So thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope that you have had a good Monday as well. Or if it's already Tuesday by you, then I hope that you're having a good Tuesday so far. This is gonna be HS. 3 is X. Create. Okay. That. And like that. And that. Okay. And as for these, it can get one. Something like that. Get rid of those because they're now not usable or useful. Why is that not a valid ID? Oh, it's because it's already in use. Okay, let's just go through this quickly. And just rename these parameters. Let's make 10 because that should give us enough to work with. Okay. that should do the trick then. Definitely more than I think that we're going to need, but you know what? Rather have them and don't need them. So, this is going to be this X. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So, on this first one, we make a touch. There we go. You're still streaming? Yeah, this is still pretty normal for me. I am actually supposed to start wrapping it up now because otherwise I'm not going to be at 100% tomorrow. Tomorrow, what the plan is we're going to continue with the combat styles analysis a little bit. I think that's what we're going to do. And yeah, I don't think I'm going to publish a schedule this week, or maybe if I do, I'm going to do so sort of retroactively, I guess. I hope I just joined. Yeah. I start streaming from 1900 hours UTC. So it's like early afternoon, evening slot for anyone who is in the United States time zones or in the American time zones. And it is pretty much the late night into early morning slot for anyone who is in the European time slices. And if you are in the Eastern Hemisphere, it is an unholy early hour of the morning. I think. What is it? 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Oh, it's like 9 in the morning during the Eastern time slices. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's like morning shift for Australia and Japan. It's not too bad. Not mid-morning, but not too bad. I basically tried to find the most versatile time slot I could get. Yeah, for the most part works, I think. But yeah, my usual stream duration is about 5 hours. This one just looks like... Oh, it does look like about 5 hours, just a bit shy. Because of the power disconnection. Oh wait, no? Yeah, because of the power disconnection, it will look a little bit different on my OBS side of things. Okay, but I think I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. Is that I'm gonna have pretty much the same sort of shapes for both the X and Y physics. And then they're just gonna behave differently depending on which way the head moves. Okay, so let's check that. Obviously it's once again no longer connected to the head because we undid everything that we spent an hour on attempting with skinning. But I think the ears, at the very least, are a victory. The ears are a victory. We tried something with the physics that did not work, so we are resolving to something that we know works, which is better. than trying to channel be something that half works into ways that does not work, actually. And that'll just make me cry. But yeah, I am really happy with how the ears behave. The eyebrows and that behavior is looking a lot better now as well. Just having moved some layers around helps quite significantly. I wonder, is maybe if should we just leave that like that? Should we even crop that against? Should we even crop that? Or does that having actual cutting through the lashes not look good? No. If we're gonna do something like that, then we need to do an opacity shift. Okay, so this is gonna definitely need to get clipped to our hair clip face. Invert, there we go. Just check that again. Yeah, it needs to be cropped there. Otherwise it does not make sense when we do the head turn. It needed it. It needed that. Okay. Yes. What we shall do then is tomorrow we're going to continue with the combat styles analysis. I'll see if I can find time to make a schedule. I've got a whole potload of IRL admin that I've got to do during my daytime shifts this week, so I've got my work cut out for me a little bit. But I will do what I can on that front. So that I have a clear head when we're streaming. So I'm going to try and do tomorrow another combat styles analysis stream. So we're going to go through another patch. I'm probably going to limit it to 8 people for tomorrow. So there will be around 3 as well, because otherwise I'm going to hurt my throat again. Which is not ideal. Definitely not ideal. And then what we're going to do is we're going to continue working on the rigs on Wednesday and Thursday. Because there is a lot still to do to get this hair functional. Once we've got the hair functional, everything is better. Everything is better once we've got the hair functional. Then it is going to be a much easier stretch. Keith Manta, hello. Congratulations on the newly acquired tablet. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. It has been a very long 2 months. But I appreciate everyone who has contributed, and the massive help that it was that it came on special was also really great, because it just gives us a little bit more headroom to be able to do the next important thing, which is once we've acquired what is now stuck over the top of our goal, I will actually be able to finish the Teo rig. So also Teo's design reveal is actually linked to this Donathon as well. And happy Thanksgiving if you celebrate that, of course. It's not a thing in our country, actually. It is not a thing. But it is a nice thought. It is a nice thought. It is times of gratitude are something that I personally try to practice almost daily. I should be doing daily, but sometimes one just doesn't think. And those days are generally the dark days. But I personally try to be in a thankful attitude most days. It's not something to reserve for just one day of the year, in my personal take. And sometimes it's hard to find the things to be grateful for, and sometimes it's very easy to find the things that you're grateful for. And on most of the streaming days, it is very easy to find the things that I am thankful for because of you guys. And obviously on a day like today, where we could celebrate massively, that gratitude is overflowing. I mean, today was tempered by a great many technical difficulties. But with all of that, the gratitude abounds in that we're still here. We still managed to get things done. We still managed to get things working. We still managed to stream in the first place. Nothing broke. So yes, there is a lot of gratitude. And now I'm just looking at the stats on my YouTube control panel. It says views 39. So yeah, I think that's an appropriate number. Thank you guys, I really appreciate it. For everyone who has been popping in, popping out, lurking, I appreciate you guys so much as well. It has been a day. It has been a Monday. And I think that perhaps a good sleep will do us all the world of good. Or if you've just woken up and it's already Tuesday, well, I hope you have a good Tuesday. Strength to you. For the day ahead. I need to remember that I've got an appointment early in the morning. Well, okay, whoopsie. Tie a knot in my tail about that one. So, yes, we shall resume with the Cheeky Rig on Wednesday. Tomorrow we will continue with the combat styles analysis. So we've got a whole bunch still to do. I think we only did 11 out of 28. Or 10 out of 28 of the submissions, so we will be going into that. And I am thinking that in future we'll actually apply a hashtag to it so that it can be something that you can apply to at any point in time. So anyone who is aspiring and has developed a character design but hasn't got it ready yet, you will be able to join later, and then we will do a sort of a feature stream, sort of a once a month, with all of our submissions, until such time as it becomes too many for once a month. And I'm sure it will become a thing that at some point it's going to be too many for once a month. And that will be a final hydrate before bed, so once again, thank you everyone. Acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. Let's take a sip, and then let us retire for the evening. Wow, what a day it has been. What a day it has been. Oh man. I know I wanted to do an inaugural illustration, but if you've been here since earlier, you'll know that I completely ran into an art block. Which is very frustrating, but at the same time, it happens. Sometimes one is just not in the right mental space for a particular kind of creativity, and at the moment my eyes are fixed on the calendar and the deadlines that are approaching, which means that as much as possible I want to be rigging VTubers. I want to have Cheeky and Teo rigged and delivered preferably before November hits. So I'm going to be spending quite a lot of time working on those two rigs over the upcoming days and weeks. because otherwise, eek, it's gonna be crazy. Yes, that is where I am at with that. And yeah, we will keep on plugging away at things, and as soon as I have got some sort of divine spark of inspiration for inaugural illustration that is not commission work, oh well. I think maybe maybe that's not actually the most important thing, right? Because after all, this giant blessing that you guys have bestowed upon me enables me to do my work firstly and foremostly. So it's not for fooling around, it's for practically fulfilling purposes. And while yes, I shall draw for fun when I can draw for fun, when I can't draw for fun, I'm not going to force it, right? And at the moment, with deadlines looming, methinks that my prioritization is going to be towards the VTuber models as much as possible. So yeah. Anyway, thank you guys. Rest well when you get to it. I shall see you tomorrow at 1900 hours UTC. I probably will not post a schedule this week. Probably. Not a proper one anyway. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I've got so much admin to do this week. Wow. I'm helping family out with some big things. And oh boy, there are lots and lots and lots of things to be done. And I think I've actually also, yeah, I've also got an offline set of commissions that I am kind of rush ordering because it came to me in a panic, and the people who are on this rush order have just straight up said they do not know anyone else who can do the thing. So it's not so much it's legitimately community assistance more than anything else. So I will retroactively get them to go through the VGen thing. Probably we'll make it work. We'll figure it out between us. But the work needs to happen before next weekend. Next Sunday, I believe, is the D-Day. So wow. Did you change your VTuber model? I noticed that you have visible collarbones. Yes, I did make a couple of very small stylistic upgrades. So the stylistic change to the collarbones was one thing. I really like my collarbones, so I wanted them to stand out a little bit more. The hard underline underneath the chin is a new thing. I changed the stylization on my nose as well. And also I gave myself proper eyelid folds as well. So all in all, I did a whole bunch of stylistic updates that more closely match what I'm making when I'm doing my VTubers. So yeah. And have a good night. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, I hope everyone else rests well as well. Oh yeah, there is one more thing that I do want to do, and that is I want to just do some adjustments to my bangs, because I do know that this side does not exactly read pretty easily in terms of how it's shaped and how it works. So I have an idea to simplify that and make it a little bit clearer what's going on. Possibly with less parts to it. So I will be implementing that as soon as I've finished drawing the art layers for it. I'm like 80% done with the art layers. I just need to actually just test the alignments and see if it actually looks good. But yes, thank you everyone. Rest well when you get to it. I shall see you all on the morrow. So until next time, cheery bye. If I can just what? When the buttons do not do the button thing. Oh boy. Oh well. Good night, guys. Good night, good night, good night. You know why? It's because I was fixing OBS. And for another thing in the background. And it ended up breaking all of my scenes. That happened yesterday. That happened yesterday. It's one of the reasons why I was not able to stream yesterday, because all of my scenes were broken. So I had to rebuild most of them today. Fun times. So yeah, I will fix my ending screen because that disappeared on me, so I need to rebuild that. Yay! Okay, for real now. Good night. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night, and cheery bye.